लाइव इंजॉय भी करने का होता है। यूट्यूब को छोड़ के पबजी खेलो। PUBG.com.
I would request all the participants to keep their mics on mute. I would
I would
request
request
our
our
participants to
participants
be
to be
patient
patient
and keep
and keep
themselves
themselves
on
on
mute.
mute.
We are
We are
waiting for
waiting
our
for our
guest of
guest of
honor to
honor.
arrive. Once he'll be with us, we'll begin with the seminar. A very good evening to all present here. I, Khushbu Madan, on behalf of Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Dwarka, Delhi, extend you all a very warm welcome to this national seminar on New Education Policy of India 2020, Propelling the Paradigm Shift in Higher Education Systems. Someone very well said that the first step to knowledge is to listen, then to be quiet and attentive, then to preserve it, put it into practice, and then spread it. On this note, let us first take the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, epitome of knowledge and education as per Hindu mythology. I would request Dr. Dimpy to kindly play the Saraswati Vandana.
हाँ जी दत्तू जी एक म्यूट पे तो ना प्रेजेंट
Due to some technical glitch, I think there's some delay in playing the Saraswati Vanna. We are trying to connect as early as possible. Thank you for being patient. I'm really sorry, due to some technical glitch, we were not able to play Saraswati Vanna. But I would request our director, ma'am, Dr. Aparna Mishra, ma'am, to recite Saraswati Vanna in a melodious voice. Ma'am, if you can please do the honor.
Yeah, sure, Kushbu. I welcome you all on behalf of BCIPS. So definitely we'll be starting this seminar with the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. And I would like to recite the shlok. Ya kundendu tusharahar dhabala, ya shubhra vasravrita, ya veena varadanda manditikara, ya shweta padmasana, ya brahmachata shankara prabhitivar, devai sada vandita, tamang patu saraswati bhagavati, nimasheshajadhyapa. Over to you, Kushbu.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for starting this event on this positive note. Uh, with the aim of spreading the awareness about the new education policy, which was announced by the Government of India in 2020, and to know the global perspective on the changing dynamics of higher education system taking place across countries, we have organized for this national seminar on new education policy of India 2020, propelling the paradigm shift in higher education system. Let us now begin with today's seminar. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all our eminent speakers and our participants. I would request Dr. Aparna Mishra ma'am, the director of Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Dwarka, to deliver a welcome address and give this session a positive and energetic start. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kushbu. Thank you, Kushbu. Good evening, one and all. On behalf of Banarsidas Chandewala Institute of Professional Studies, faculty, staff, students, and management, I wish a very happy, prosperous, and healthy new year to you all. Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, he is going to arrive very soon. The distinguished panel members, my fellow colleagues, members from academia, participants from across the country, and live viewers. I extend a hearty and warm welcome to you all in this auspicious virtual gathering of the National Seminar on New Education Policy of India 2020, propelling the paradigm shift in higher education system. There is no denial of the fact that over the last 30 years, educated population has been increasing tremendously across the country. The academic institutions are mushrooming. But the question is, are we imparting the quality education to the millennials? It's a huge challenge in front of us to deal with the day by day increasing population of the unemployed degree holder youth. Father of our nation, whose 150th birth anniversary is celebrated across the nation over the last 2 years, had said, and I quote, literacy itself is not education. Literacy is not the end of education or even the beginning. By education, I mean drawing out the best in the man, body, mind, and spirit. He further said, and I quote, true education must correspond to the surrounding circumstances or is not a healthy growth, unquote. We know learning is a continuous process and change is the only constant. So in order to equip our future generations with the right skills and knowledge, it is important that education we impart should also keep up with the changing technology, circumstances, and demand of the time. In this context, New Education Policy 2020 was approved by the Union Cabinet Minister of India in July 2020, which seeks to comprehensively reform the Indian education system. The first education policy of 20th century, a 34-year-old National Education Policy 1986, is replaced with the newly rolled out National Education Policy 2020. And by this, we are expecting a revolutionary change in the Indian education system. It outlines the vision of India's new education system. This is one of the most exciting times for all of us from the world of academia. The new education policy is just not rolled out, but it is really discussed so much in every nook and corner of our country with all the stakeholders. And it is so interesting to see that it is just not the academia who are interested in NEP 2020, but also people from industry who are showing equal interest and quite hopeful. As well as the students who are pretty sure that something new and exciting is coming up. The whole excitement of having this life-changing scenario is because of the hard work that is put in under the chairmanship of Dr. Kasturi Rangam. It almost takes 3 years of really hard work, and even before that, there was so much of consultation. This policy is passed through 3 HRD ministers, right from Smriti Irani ji to Shri Prakash Javadekar ji to the present minister who has rolled out the policy nationwide, Shri Nishank Pokhriyal ji. So I think this is a policy that had largest number of consultation, again, not only from academia, but also from almost every stakeholder. It is not just a student, parents, university leaders, but also many NGOs and persons from almost every concerned field had participated. The policy is very comprehensive and quite exhaustive. We really feel pride in knowing that this policy is given so much importance by our Honorable Prime Minister that he had made a mention of this in his Independence Day speech last year. Therein, he categorically mentioned about global citizenship with deep-rooted Indian values concept, which now all of us and even universities talk about. It is really surprising to see that many international academic institutions and professionals have shown interest in this NEP 2020, so much so as they have been discussing it at different forums in their own countries. It will not be surprising if some of the countries would really want to adapt and adopt, and India, as it is mentioned several times in draft of the policy, will once again be looked at as Vishwaguru. Since ancient civilization, the revolution and evolution of incredible Bharat witnessed the power center of knowledge in philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, culture, science, and technology. The mention of the kinds of weapons in our mythology is nothing but a demonstration of the complicated technological understanding of the society. Since then, we always believe in openness and united the nation with our intellectual mind, and hence we were rewarded as Vishwaguru. With the implementation of this new education policy, we see the reversion of the identity long lost with time and once again will be looked at as Vishwaguru. Today also on this platform, we're not only having the eminent Indian speaker, but also we could bring together an enriched panel from both the hemispheres of the globe in one time zone, who will be discussing and sharing the policy framework followed in other parts of the world. Indians are already well respected in the world. It is emerging as a knowledge superpower. And with this implementation of this new education policy, it is really going to be exciting to see how we are going to place ourselves globally. We see a vivid shift in the notion of this new education policy from earlier one, and that is from employment generated education system to self-reliance, that is Atmanirbharta, entrepreneurship, innovation, thought leadership, and etc. With the inclusion of liberal education and multidiscipline curriculum, it is going to make a huge change in being employable to be the employment generator, that is being leaders. It is just a comeback from the golden era, wherein the similar kinds of education system was witnessed during ancient times in places like Nalanda, Takshashila, or Vikramshila universities. They were believed to be a self-seeded, sacred places of learning. I'm very sure that with this comeback, will be emerged as truly the Vishwaguru, and all our universities will once again recognized as giving right education to our young minds so that they will become with Indian values. To discuss these things and many other related topics, we have uh, almost 6 to 7 speakers in each panel. So we have amongst us very eminent and scholarly panel of dignitaries. It's a great honor to welcome all our speakers of the session who have accepted our invitation and came here to share their opinions. I'm delighted and feeling privileged to have them here for the deliberations. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir. It's indeed a pleasure to me to once again welcome all the speakers, participants, and my dear viewers. I look forward to having an engaging and interesting session with you all. I would like to end my address by quoting Swami Vivekananda ji. Education is not book reading. It is not even acquiring diverse knowledge. It's a training by which the current expression of will are brought under control and become truthful and fruitful. It's rightly said, Vidya Dhanam Sarvadhanam Pradhanam. So all the best. Thank you so much. Over to you, Khushbu.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for introducing the theme for today's national seminar and also for setting up the right pace for today's event. Let us now proceed to our technical session one, a new education policy 2020, a new era for Indian higher education system. For this technical session, we have with us some eminent speakers. Our guest of honor, Honorable Vice Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Dr. M.P. Punia, sir, as our keynote speaker for this session. Dr. Professor P.K. Bajpai, Head of Department of Physics, Guru Ghazidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Professor Dr. S.K. Das, Vice Chancellor, SKD University. Professor Dr. R.K. Sharma, Controller of Examination, Guru Ghazidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh, and Dr. Durgesh Tripathi, Course Coordinator from Swayam MOOCs, Society and Media Coordinator, GGSI Bureau, Delhi. We would like to welcome all our eminent speakers for this technical session one. However, for some reason, our chief guest or the guest of honor, Mr. M.P. Punia, is busy with some important meeting. As we all know, he is a busy man. So he'll be joining us in between the session, and he has urged us to continue with the session. So we'll continue with our technical session. And I would request our next speaker, Honorable Dr. Professor P.K. Bajpai, sir, Head of Department Physics, Guru Ghazidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. I would now take this opportunity to introduce him to our audience. Dr. P.K. Bajpai, Professor and Head of Department of Pure and Applied Physics and Dean, School of Physics Sciences in an internationally acclaimed material physicist having outstanding academic achievements and administrative experience. Apart from establishing the prestigious Center for Accelerator Based Research, a 3.0 MV Particle Accelerator Based Research Center, first in any university in the country, he has established Sophisticated Analytical Instrumentation Center (SAP) from Department of DST, brought Special Assistant Program (SAP) in Physics from UGC, and FIST from DST, Government of India. He has also established Institute of Technology and its first in charge director in GGV, a first class passed high school and intermediate from UP Board, Allahabad, with merit scholarship. He did his graduation and post graduation in physics, again in first class first, from Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. He joined the PhD program in Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, after passing out pre PhD in A grade and was awarded PhD in physics in 1988. His PhD work was selected among the six best physics theses by the Department of Atomic Energy, BARC, Mumbai in 1987. He was postdoctoral fellow in IIT Kanpur and was awarded CSIR Research Associateship. Professor Bajpai joined Institute of Self-Organizing Systems and Biophysics, NEHU Shillong, India as a lecturer, and later on Department of Physics in NEHU in 1994. He also worked as a member of Indo-French Program, UGC Visiting Fellow, IACS, Jadavpur, Kolkata, INSA Coasted Visiting Fellow, Japan, and visited several countries as invited speaker or visiting fellow, including USA, Japan, China, Italy, and Myanmar. He visited Yangon in 2005 and 6 and 2006-7 as expert in quantum electronics to assist research and development in Myanmar under the tripartite agreement between Government of India and Government of Myanmar. A very well-known condensed matter physicist having multifarious research activities ranging from advanced electronic ceramic material development, material modification through ion beam matter interaction, semiconductor nanoparticles, biophoton emission, and biospectroscopy. Dr. Bajpai has published more than 300 research papers in reputed national and international journals, conference proceedings, including more than 160 in the international journals with very high impact factors. Professor Bajpai is also very active in disseminating the scientific knowledge and has organized more than 28 international and national conferences. He has successfully supervised research students leading to PhD, MPhil, ME by research, MCA, and more than 200 postgraduate projects. He has also received 16 sponsored research projects from various funding agencies such as UGC, CSIR, DST, DAE, IUAC, and have successfully completed them. In addition, he brought prestigious departmental programs as coordinator in the physics department in SAP by UGC and FIST by DST. He is a fellow of International Academy of Physical Sciences, life member of Indian Association of Physics Teachers, National Laser Society, life member and member of Executive Committee of Indian Society for Particle Accelerator, Material Research Society of India, Ferroelectrics and Dielectric Society of India, Administrative Staff College, Hyderabad. Regional editor of International Journal of Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology, published by Maxwell Science Publications, academic editor of Physical Science International Journal, member of editorial board for several journals and reviewer of more than 2 dozen international journals. He has delivered more than 80 invited talks in prestigious international and national conferences in India and abroad, including University of Puerto Rico, Texas, Yangon University, Yokohama, Japan, IIT, IUAC Delhi, Kharagpur, IIT Chennai, University of Delhi, University of Jadavpur, Jaipur Allahabad, NIT Rourkela, Raipur, CAT, Indore University, University of Meerut, Agra, Gorakhpur, Aurangabad, ASCs, etc., and have chaired many technical sessions and has been the member of National Advisory Committee for several prestigious conferences. He has been felicitated by several professional organizations such as Orissa Society of Physics, Meghalaya Science Society, NSSD, Rotary Club for his contribution to science. He has also evaluated more than 50 PhD dissertations from prestigious universities of India and abroad. We welcome you, sir. A very warm welcome from BCIPS to you, sir. I would request you to kindly take over the section and deliver your speech to the audience.
Thank you, Madam Pankaj, I can see, for a very exaggerated introduction.
Sir, actually, Pankaj is only the screen name. My true name is Khushbu, but that is
Okay.
completely fine.
Thank you, Madam Khushbu.
You're most welcome,
I'm-
sir. You totally
I'm sorry.
deserve it. Over to you, sir.
Sorry. It's a great pleasure to be with you all, and I'm grateful to the director and other organizing committee member of Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, New Delhi, for providing me this opportunity to interact with you on one of the most important topic today, the National Higher Education Policy 2020. In fact, I would like to stress some. There is some problem. Somebody is speaking in between. I request all of you to please mute yourself. We are in a serious discussion, and if you want to have any question, we can take up later on.
प्राइवेसी प्राइवेसी चेक करा ना
See, as we all know,
माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पे सही है वो
National Higher Education Policy is one of the transformative aspiration of this country in order to lead, as your energetic director has told, to make the India Vishwaguru again. And it is not just another policy. Please don't share the screen as I will be sharing it. I will be having the slides in order to make the presentation comprehensive. So please allow me to share the slides. Some Sripal Singh is sharing. So please remove yourself. I would like to share the screen. Khushbu, can you please
Yes,
arrange?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I'll intervene. Participants, please do not create any sort of disturbance. I request you humbly. Please keep your mics on mute and do not share your screens. In fact, I would request to keep your cameras off for now as well, so that we can have a good bandwidth. And
Okay, thank you, Khushbu. I understand.
yeah, sir. Thank you.
In such
Thank you.
virtual meetings, these type of problems do occur, and
Yes.
we all understand. This is also a transformative transitional era when we are going from the conventional education system into a online virtual mode education system, and we must understand the type of problems that we encounter now and then. But as I was saying, this is not another educational reforms. This is the complete transformation, not only at the structural level, but at the mental level of the Indian education system, making it India-centric. This is one of the things. And that's why when someone says new education policy, it does not create the sense that we want to create in having it as national education policy. It's not simply a change of word, it's a change of mindset. We believe, as your director was rightly pointing out, that India-centric education, Indian traditional knowledge has shown, demonstrated without any ambiguity for 2000 years that India had been a Vishwaguru and has the capability of becoming again the Vishwaguru by having the right kind of policy. And this is that right kind of policy that not only looks for creating individuals having societal engagement and capable of national development, creating a knowledge society that leads the world. And this is these are the ingredients of this society. And therefore, in any lecture of 15 minutes, I think I suppose I have been given to produce all the aspects and dimension of this policy, and therefore we will be focusing only on the higher education aspects of this policy. And there are 9 attributes that are considered as the chief architect of transformation in higher education. Out of these 9 attributes, I will be focusing on research and innovation. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities while implementing the research and innovation in higher education according to the national education policy for 2020. And now I take your permission to share the screen.
Sure, sir, you can share it.
Sure. Can you see my screen?
So it will take some time to project on the screen. Just wait for a few seconds.
Just tell me if you are seeing the screen.
Yes, sir, I'll let you know. So as of now, it is not showing. Not yet.
Okay, I'm trying again.
So you can close that PPT once and then reopen it. Sometimes it happens that it doesn't connect to the
Okay.
Google Meet.
Let
Sir, you can mail me. I can open for you.
let me just try. If it comes, it's okay.
Yeah, if not, then mail me.
A4 साइज शीट पर करें चलिए A4 साइज शीट लेके
Can you now see?
कार्य का मूल्यांकन
Yes, sir, it is showing now.
भगवान अब वहाँ से
So now is it okay? Thank you so much. So this is what I'm going to address today. Research and innovation in NEP 2020. What are the challenges and opportunities? And just to make the presentation complete, we all know what is NEP 2020. It is a vision document that prescribes the roadmap for what kind of goals we want to achieve to transform our Indian education system that we intend. It is the best and the second thing. And it has certain attributes that it wants to provide the quality education, which is the key to national development, to provide the leadership on the global stage, and have social justice, equality, and so on. It is also connected and aligned with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals envisaged by UNDP, United Nations, that by 2030, we want to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So it has not only the single goal for national development, it also wants to achieve the universal goal of equitable quality education. Now, there are 5 foundations on which this policy really stays: the access, affordability, equity, accountability, and quality. And these are the 5 attributes on the basis of which we want to create a vibrant knowledge hub. so that we have a model of India-centric education policy that leads the world towards better developed
Hello?
flow. The essential point of this policy is not only the changing mindset, but also a paradigm shift in the pedagogy.
हाँ
And this paradigm shift in pedagogy is such that
अब बच्चे ना बेवकूफ होते हैं यार सच में ना लिटरली वही तुम
Sorry, sir, to interrupt. I think your mic has turned on to mute.
सही बात है सुन रहा हूँ मैं सब सुन रहा हूँ सब सुन रहा हूँ मैं सब सुन रहा हूँ
So you can scroll the cursor downwards and there will be a mic shaped. Just click it over it.
हाँ 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 सच में
Sir, we're not able to hear you. You're still on mute.
हाँ हाँ चलो
I'm sorry, sir.
चलो ठीक है सही आ रहा है वैसे यूट्यूब पे चलो सही है सही है सही है सही है ओके ओके
Sir, sir, on the downwards, there is a shape of a mic. There's a button with the shape of a mic.
Now you can
Yes,
now
yes,
you can
yes, sir.
listen?
Yes, sir. Perfectly.
Okay.
Sir, just
Okay.
a second. I just want to request another thing to the audience.
Okay.
Participants, please be patient and please do not create such disturbances in between the session. We have very eminent speakers and let us all respect their time and their energy. I'm really sorry, sir. Please continue, sir.
It's okay. Please do not put my mic on mute. Okay. And I think I have very little time, so I will not
Yes,
show
sir.
the slides and rather discuss with you certain issues that are very important. Of course, there were certain very important data in the PPT, but it's okay, no problem. So, see, there are certain challenges if we want to implement this National Education Policy 2020 in the higher education. And first and foremost challenge is that by 2030, we have taken up a goal of increasing our gross enrollment ratio up to 50%. At present, we are somewhere between 28% to 32%. If we include the vocational education, it goes up to 32%. And increasing the gross enrollment ratio is not only admitting more and more students. You have to create more infrastructure, you require more institutes. And if you see the higher education arena today, we have around 1,000 universities, around 45,000 colleges, and a number of institutes of national importance, apart from the institutes belonging to different ministries. And therefore, creating a huge shift in the GER, this is one of the basic problem of access of higher education. So what National Education Policy suggests, and we have already started many steps in that direction. One of the important direction is using the SWAYAM platform in various arenas, and now you have more than 150 UG and PG programs run online using the CEC modules on SWAYAM platforms. The NPTEL programs that are run for technically educational institutes, and so on. And therefore, we have to learn a change. And this change in Tier 2 and Tier 3 institution is the most difficult aspect. How to incorporate, inculcate, and start usage of technology so as to provide the quality content to learners and provide increase the enrollment ratio. This is one of the challenge that by 2030 we have to fulfill. Another challenge in the same direction is that the reshaping of higher education, restructuring higher education, where we are trying to create a continuum of three types of structures: the research-based universities, the teaching-based universities, and the autonomous degree awarding institutes. Now, there is a danger that these does not become again the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 system. The split is that these institutions are in continuum. That means one can transform one institute from one ladder into another ladder and from second ladder into first ladder. So this shift is the choice, whether one wants to become the research-based university or teaching-based university or a autonomous degree awarding. It also has another dimension that we want to have the higher education, all-round education. Higher education as a multi-dimensional, multidisciplinary, as a holistic education. Now, if you want to create the holistic education, including the specialization, including the general awareness, including the value-based education, including the environmental education, the education that incorporates the vocational or skill components in one package, then it requires a quality culture among the institutions. And developing this quality culture is associated with the leadership and governance of the institution. So it is not the independent variable. There is a coupled variable system that has to be improved, and this improving requires not only the improvisation, rather the optimization of resources, optimization of trained manpower, and this is another challenge that we have to face in next 4 to 5 years. It is also coupled with one more difficult challenge. And please, some Sri Singh is creating problem. You are always presenting yourself. It is not required. Please stop it. Now, that second most difficult problem is that today's out of 45,000 colleges that we have in the higher education system, almost 11,000 colleges are the single faculty college. That means single discipline college. They are either technical institutions or professional institutions. And now converting them into multidisciplinary institutions that we intend to in order to provide the ecosystem and the academic ambience so that the learners are able to develop them holistically. Because in engineering education, in agriculture education, and in law education, these are the three most difficult dimensions. And so far, medical education, we are not trying to integrate. Integrating with the conventional education system not only requires opening of new departments that are of relevance to this education, but also requires restructuring the curricula. Integrating the content curricula of a particular discipline with the appropriate curricula from other disciplines, creating a different mindsets among the faculty, among the students, and other stakeholders, and creating a brand name. Because branding in higher education is very, very important in order to attract the learners. And then converting this into a useful educational endeavor, this is one of the biggest challenges. Why it is the biggest challenge? Because you also have another dimension in it that is called multiple exit and multiple entry options in higher education. Now, in order to provide a multifarious environment, such an option, if a students have to have a certificate after receiving 1 year's education, then the course content has to be restructured in such a way so that when he goes into the society and market, he gets the employment. And he has all those value additions that you want. Now, this is one aspect where the structural and infrastructural changes are required. And if we have to really implement these changes, then at the institutional level, the training, the infrastructural support, the financial management, training of the institutional leaders so that they accommodate the changes. Because we are the one who are the most stiff and stagnant, and we are not prone to change. So there is a huge need of changing the leadership mindset. And this leadership mindset change has to be such that they carry their teams together. Because you have to have a different mentality of mentor and mentorship. Suppose you are a university where you have a large number of affiliating colleges. what we are intending that each affiliating college becomes a university in itself. And since it is a graded autonomy coupled with the accountability, so we have to enhance their capabilities, create more capacities among them, and we have to mentor them continuously right from today itself, so that they get better NAC grading, they get better NIRF ranking, and they are able to achieve the different steps of graded autonomy, so that by 2030, they become the autonomous institutes. And even after becoming the autonomous institutes, the networking among the various autonomous institutes with the parent university has to be such that they become the agent of change. They become the vehicle of transformation. So this networking,
ट्यूसडे को आपको काम है
reliable connections between the mentor and mentees, this is what we have
11:30
to
उस
do.
दिन भी जा सकते
And
हैं
at the same time, we have to accommodate other disciplines that were not present in our institutes, and we have to respect them. So that cross-disciplinary critical mass has to be created. This clustering is one of the most difficult thing in higher education. What you are saying, that working together of a person from home science, person from pharmacy, person from music, person from physics, person from mechanical engineering, creating a team and a unit and producing yes, sir. Yes,
Sir, I'm not able to understand. Can you please repeat all of the things in a proper manner?
Yes, please. There are no interruptions allowed from the participants when the speaker is speaking. Please wait till the end. We'll have our question and answer round at the end of the technical session. You can get the clarity at that moment. I would request all the participants to maintain silence and let our speakers convey their thoughts in a clear manner. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is another challenge, that changing the structures of the institutes, changing the structures of disciplines, and dissolving the boundaries, strict boundaries of disciplines, and diffusing them, creating the new disciplinary knowledge in a cross-disciplinary environment.
जैसे हमने पोएम लिखी थी हम ये
The third important change that we have to make is that researches that we are prone to do,
तब भी सेम
so that they lead to publications, patents, and personal glory, that orientation has to change. The research has to be coupled with innovation, and research must be directed so that it is able to provide the robust solution of the problems that the society, nation, or a local environment is facing. And therefore, research has to be focused. And by innovation, we mean that it adds value. It contributes substantially to the economic growth of the country. And therefore, research can be applied for one application or other in the social environment. This is not a simple thing, because the present research scenario and the present research methodology in our country, unfortunately, starts with the library. Students go to library, do the research survey, review literature, critically analyze the thing, and create a problem. And it also ends at the library. Once you submit the thesis, it goes to the library or the Sodhganga. Now, we have to come out from this library to library transformation of research. Rather, we have to go within the society. We have to find the problem within the society. Whether these problems are of immediate relevance, or they create new theoretical models for solving the societal problems and national development issues, or even the global issues. It may be the energy crisis, it may be the water crisis, it may be the crisis of poverty, it may be the crisis of climate change, it may be the crisis of environmental change, it may be the crisis of plenty, or it may be the crisis of market forces. So at various levels, the research has to be synergized with the problems for which we are looking the solutions. And obviously, this solution-based research, if we have to follow, then there needs to be innovation, because this research cannot sustain if it is not producing the economic growth. So it must be connected with the market. And therefore, the whole research environment, instead of being a focused epitome of excellence, it has to be a multidimensional research environment where we understand each other, There will be people from marketing, there will be people from technology, there will be people from subjects, there will be many subjects providing a single solution. And it is not only for the technology. It is for social sciences, it is for humanities, it is for languages, and all. And therefore, this peer-reviewed research leading to a focused solution has to be the way out to transform the higher education research into the
डिक्टेट करो
vibrant research and innovation procedures at all levels.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but we are running out of time.
Yeah,
so
just,
I would
just,
request.
just,
yeah.
just I am finishing within 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
And
Thank you.
and finally, research and innovation. Please, if it has to be implemented in the right earnest, then teachers' empowerment, institutional autonomy, and the financial structures proposed by the National Research Foundation and the mentorship by the Board of Governors that every institution is going to have, these are the steps that are to be implemented very carefully in order to have this visionary document implemented and executed, and its effects are seen in next 4 or 5 years. Thank you very much for providing me this time and opportunity to share some of my views with the audience. If you have any question, I will be glad to answer to the extent my capacity allows. Thank you so much.
पॉइंट्स नहीं लिखना अपने वर्ड
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time and sharing with us your valuable insights on the theme. The question answer round we'll be having at the end of this technical session. So I would request our participants to please be patient and jot down their questions till the end, and we'll have a combined question and answer round for all the speakers.
और वायु प्रदूषण से लड़ने के लिए या प्रिवेंट को क्या कहेंगे, रोकने के लिए बहुत सारे कदम उठाए हैं.
Moving forward, I would significantly grown across hierarchies and successfully delivered at senior level positions in higher education institutions. He started his career in 1990s as research fellow with NCRT, New Delhi, and rise up to level of professor. He has served organizations as principal, director, and dean. He has served UNDP as special task expert in the state of Eritrea, Northeast Africa. To his credit, he has published dozens of research papers and articles on contemporary issues in education. He has authored books on educational studies. His Google Scholar Citation Index is 14,000 plus, with Edge Index as 52 and item Index as 297. Review of his credentials indicate acquisition of higher education competencies. His sincere
चित्र क्या बनेगा इसमें? दो दोस्त बात कर रहे हैं बस.
यह सबसे अधिक स्वच्छ भारत के राज्यों में से स्वच्छ
Khushbu ma'am, you are muted by someone. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you for the information, and I would request participants to please do not repeat this further. Yes, I was introducing our guest speaker, Dr. S.K. Das.
भारत के राज्यों में से एक.
Professor Sanjay Das is born, brought up, and got education in India, and he's an alumnus of Ashkali University and Kurukshetra University. He has earned doctorate degree in educational studies. He's currently associated with SK University, Hanumangarh. As Vice Chancellor, prior to this, he has served SGD University and NIMS University as Dean Academic Affairs, Director Research and Advisor, IQAC.
बाद में लिख
A
देंगे
senior professional with more than 26 years of work experience in academics, allied activities, and administration in higher education sector, he has consistently grown across hierarchies and successfully delivered at senior level positions in higher education institutions. He started his career in 1990s as research fellow with NCRT, New Delhi, and rise up to the level of professor. He has served organizations as principal, director, and dean. He has served UNDP as special task expert in the state of Eritrea, Northeast Africa. To his credit, he has published dozens of research papers and articles on contemporary issues in education. He has authored books on educational studies. His Google Scholar Citation Index is 14,000 plus, with H index as 52 and ITIN index as 297. Review of his credentials indicate acquisition of higher education competencies, his sincere and active involvement in high impact teaching and training, multidisciplinary research and innovation, formulation of institutional academic policies, course development, curricular design, instructional design, pedagogical and technical supervision, student management and mentoring, faculty development and staff training, assessment and accreditation. We are obliged to have you with us, sir. We welcome you to this panel. I would now request sir to take over this session and deliver his address to the audience.
Thank you, Madam Khushbu. Honorable Director Dr. Aparna Mishra, of Banarasi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, New Delhi. Respected Dr. MP Punia, Vice Chairman AICT, will be joining very soon. Reverend Dr. Suniti Chandiv, who has been working in the Banarasi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, New Delhi. Distinguished inland and abroad panelists, dear faculty members, participants, wishing you all a very happy and prosperous New Year 2021. Good evening to all who are part of this virtual forum. I am assigned to deliver on New Education Policy 2020, New Era for Indian Higher Education System, in the technical session one of this particular day's seminar. So prior to my presentation, aligning with whatever has already been spoken by the director as well as Professor Bajpayee, so why there is a need for bringing out national education policy, I need to deliberate upon that prior to my presentation about how it is going to contribute or what are the recommendations with regard to the higher education system in India. A policy is primarily then required when we need to resolve existing issues or problems. Then what are the problems or the issues that are cropping up in our country? The world is undergoing rapid changes in the knowledge landscape with the various dramatic scientific and technological advances, such as the rise of big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Many unskilled jobs worldwide may be taken over by the machines. The need for a skilled workforce, particularly involving mathematics, computer science, and data science, in conjunction with multidisciplinary abilities across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities, will be the increasingly greater demand. Striking growth of youth, both educated and otherwise. The striking growth rate of youth unemployment and emergence of need for multi-skilled quality manpower have become the pushing factor for across nations, thus seeking India is a multidimensional integrated approach in drawing amicable solutions to existing problems. The gap between the current state of learning outcomes and what is required must be bridged through undertaking major reforms that bring the highest quality, equity, integrity into the system from early childhood care and education through higher education system. These are basically the problems which have been taken care of by the NEP 2020. Besides that, there are certain problems which I am going to mention in my presentation. The higher education system has been facing the problems such as fragmented higher educational ecosystem. We do not have a uniform pattern of education system in our country, even though we are making and we are taking a very tall claim that we have been a Vishwaguru, definitely, we were in our past, but looking at the present and current structure of higher education system, it is really very pathetic to discuss or to present ourselves before the world. Then less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes. What we teach in our classroom situations and how we focus on our teaching is really, debatable. Do we consider our teaching focusing on all the dimensions of our pedagogy given by prescribed by the Bloom's taxonomy? No. What we are speaking about, what we are taking into consideration is the knowledge, comprehension, and application. Some of the teachers, about 10 to 15% of our teaching or teaching community, they go for analysis, synthesis, and evaluation, which are higher order skills. CBSE and ICSE schools, they have been focusing for last a decade towards the higher order thinking skills, which have not been taken into care. We have not been able to accommodate within our higher education system. These are the problems. Then a rigid separation of the disciplines, then limit access, particularly in socioeconomically disadvantaged locality, limited teachers, institutional autonomy, inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management. When we are presenting, Professor Bajpayee was focusing on the research and other issues that you look into the government structure, the central universities even, you find that there are 25 to 30% of the teaching posts are laying vacant, and we do not have money or the funds to bring in the teachers within our system. That's the kind of problem that we are facing within a higher education system. Then lesser emphasis on research and most of the university in most of the universities and colleges. Then ineffective governance, leadership in higher education institutes, and regulatory system. You might have gone through a news article that was circulated in LinkedIn. I am not able to recall it, whether it was the Times of India or Hindustan Times, which is published that 75% of the vice chancellors in Indian higher education system are not capable of performing at par with what is required in higher education system. That's the kind of challenges we are facing today in India. The aim of NEP 2020 to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none, which is equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners, regardless of social and economic background, which has already been spoken in 1986 and the POA 1991, but it has not been translated into action. That is also the NEP 2020 is going to highlight the same thing. The main focus of NEP 20 is making education system holistic, flexible, multidisciplinary, aligned to the needs of 21st century and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Whenever we are focusing on NEP 2020, people are now speaking about the holistic system, saying that the education system has been continued. It has been taken care of in 1986 when the 10 plus 2 plus 3 system was taken care of, which has now been modified to 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3. But that's a continuum. And in 1986, you cannot say that it was not a continuum. It was a continuum where 10 years of secondary schooling, 2 years of senior secondary, and 3 years of college education has been taken into consideration. So that we have to make a reference, since the document itself is saying that there is no much changes. Only we are aligning with the cutting edge technologies so far as the pedagogy is concerned, but it is aligned with the 1986 policy. So whenever we are presenting, we must not forget about 1986 policy as well as program reflection of 1991. New age education is expected to embrace a multidisciplinary approach incorporating innovative concepts which would help in bridging the gap between academia and industry. See, the industry and academia gap has been highlighted by, I think, in thousands of conferences and seminars, and there is no, a practical modality or practical strategies which have never been adopted by in India. This would further increase the momentum towards the interdisciplinary studies, research-based and interactive learning technologies, which NEP 2020 has now. This is one of the salient and striking feature of NEP 2020. The policy lays emphasis on the development of creative potential of each individual. It is based on the principle that education must develop not only cognitive capabilities, both the functional capacities of literacy, and numeracy and higher order cognitive capabilities, such as critical thinking, problem solving, but also social, ethical, emotional capabilities, capacities, and dispositions. Now, when we are focusing on the higher order skills, definitely the educators and the teachers must accommodate their teaching. They must, they must put their teaching and pedagogy in aligning with the Bloom's taxonomy, and so far as the higher order thinking skills are concerned. The NEP's endeavor to include and emphasize regional languages, gender sensitivity, inclusion, equitable human growth, community participation, skill courses, and universal education with equality and research-oriented learning outcomes as a vital component represents a systematic shift in the education sector. The academic, administrative, and financial autonomy coupled with high quality of instruction under NEP should herald far-reaching benefits for the learners and society. When we look into the recommendations in relation to the higher education system, the students will have more flexibility when it comes to the choosing subjects across various streams such as arts, commerce, and science. So this multidisciplinary approach in UG and in the colleges and higher education system will definitely be a real challenge for the implementers and the planners who are really planning within the four walls of the education system. It is very easy to chalk out a plan, but it is very difficult to implement it in real terms. The NEP leads to two radical changes that will bring much needed relief from the funnel vision restricted student potential. First, the exit and entry of the students in universities and colleges. We all live with uncertainty, but this would not be a reason to lose out on one's degree. Combined with the ability to transfer credits across universities, this gives true freedom to the students to find their best. The second one is the multidisciplinarity across the higher education institutes. Students can choose any subject, all subjects are equal, and the concept of streams has been disbanded. This truly frees up students to their talents rather than to an administrator's dictate. In the higher education segment, the NEP aims to improve the gross enrollment ratio from the 26.3% in 2018 to 50% by 2035. Break the disciplinary barriers, establish academic credit bank, and allow Indian institutions to build campuses abroad and pave the way to foreign universities to come to India. The NEP aims to increase the public investment in education from current 4.3% to 6% of GDP through time frame, though the time frame is not decided in this regard. Only increasing the investment, however, will not be a panacea. To improve the quality of education, there has to be a realistic budgeting, flexibility in tweaking of the priorities, strong leadership, and a singular focus on outcomes. The impetus to research, graded autonomy, internationalization, and the development of special economic zones are vital to rebranding India as a desired higher education destinations. The NEP has introduced innovative concepts to improve the access, equity, and quality education in India. It is forward-looking and student-centric, giving students freedom to choose disciplines, colleges, and universities. So the establishment of academic bank of credit is also another significant feature, which has been recommended by the NEP 2020. All that we have deliberated on NEP sound pretty well, but the real challenge is the implementation. The good research universities are hard to scale out because of their human capital intensive nature and because they compete on quality, not market share. If you look into the Oxford and Harvard system and the composite model universities across the globe in European unions, as well as in India also, you look into Delhi University, JNU, and other universities which are very, performing very well in research activities. If you look into their structure and the kind of modalities they adopt, it has not been transferred across the country in various higher education institutes. That's a real challenge before us. Then, in the absence of the uniformity pattern in credit accumulation, establishing academic bank on credit may not yield to desired results. Why I am really apprehensive about this academic bank on credit? It's because that if you look into the credit accumulation system in our country in various higher education institutes, If you look at Central University, the seminars, a semester is of having 13 to 14. So the UGC itself has recommended for 90 days, at least in a semester, which says that 90 days means it's a 15 weeks. But if you look into the central universities, even they are not, they are not practicing that 15 weeks of semester teaching learning process. So then how you are going to accumulate the credit? So there must be a uniformity across the universities so far as the semester system is concerned. If you look into Carnegie-Mellon system of credits and the European, the universities in Europe, you find almost all universities are working for the total number of days, teaching learning days are equal, but we do not have the equality in that term. So how you are going to transfer the credit from one university to another university, and how you are going to help the students, it has become a real challenge for us. Then whatever we teach, whatever our students learn, the outcome of teacher and students' effort is measured in terms of the jobs with current cost to the company, the CTC, current CTC. So will our students passed out under NEP mechanism be highly employable? That's a major question for all of us. So with these 3 comments on NEP, I end my deliberation. I take this opportunity to thank all participants for listening me patiently. Thank you very much. Have a nice time. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving such an enlightening and crisp explanation of the topic. And there was really indeed great input from your side on the team. Participants to jot down their questions for the end of this technique. Selected questions will be directed to our speakers. Okay. Moving on to our next eminent speaker, Professor Dr. R.K. Sharma, Controller of Examination, Guru Gadidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Presently, Professor R.K. Sharma is working with Guru Gadidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur as Controller of Examination. Prior to this, Sir has served with Bharati Vidyapith University, Institute of Management and Research, New Delhi, as Professor in Finance. He has a worthy administrative experience of over 19 years with Indian Air Force and has a rich experience of 15 years of teaching and research in university-affiliated as well as AICTE-approved institutions. His area of specialization includes accounting and finance, research methods at postgraduate, MPhil, and PhD level. He has been delivering expert management lectures and talks on radio or TV at IGNOU New Delhi and UGC Consortium of Communicating Delhi. He has also served as editor of 4 international journals and is an expert in conducting and organizing seminars, conferences, FGP on SPSs, AMOs, EBUs, and also MDPs and workshops. He has completed MRP as Principal Investigator, worth ₹8.5 lakhs. Titled Strategy of Socially Responsible Consumers and Empirical Findings from India from ICSSR, New Delhi. He has been a resource person in conducting FGP on financial econometrics, NBT, and workshops, and has strong networks with industry, government officials, and outstanding academics. He has worked in different capacities as Deputy Director, Dean Academics, HOD of Management Programs with various IB-affiliated institutions, and GVIMR as Chairman of Training and Development Cell and Research Cell. He has authored many books, edited many books, and has published more than 55 quality research papers in national and international journals, many of which are listed in Scopus, ABDC, and IndusTime. He has guided many PhD candidates and has a total citation of 140 with H index of 4. We welcome you, sir. I would now request Sir kindly address the audience and take over this session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving a very wonderful introduction. And I would like to thank all the participants. And I would like to thank especially Dr. Aparna Misra, Director, Najidas Chandiwala Institute of Management, Professional Studies. I would like to thank Dr. Vajpayee sir also being kind to accept a proposal for being speaker in the same panel. And I would like to thank Dr. Suniti Chandiok for providing me this opportunity to interact with all of you and at this platform to share my views. So thank you all, and I am really thankful for providing me opportunity to interact after a long time. After leaving my academic careers, and for the last 9 months, I have become totally administrative, acquired the administrative position. Dr. S.K. Das is platform. So I would like to summarize because much has been talked about by Professor Vajpayee and Professor S.K. Das. I would like to summarize the salient point which I gathered about this policy. Because the first question arises that why this policy became the need of the hour, the government decided to come out with this policy. Because it was thought of, there was a intense changes occurred in the last 2 decades. Particularly, this policy has taken place after in the last 34 years, there was no major policy came as far as the education industry is concerned. So it was thought of that because India had been a guru, as Dr. Aparna ma'am said in her opening speech. There's no doubt in that. But India wanted to again lead in this education industry platform, and we wanted to transform our nations in a sustainably and equitably and a vibrant knowledge society. And for this kind of a change in the education policy was required, and that was the need of the hour. In the last 2 decades, so much of technological, social, economical changes have taken place, technological changes have taken place, and that was the need of the hour that such new policies should come, which will try to bridge all the gaps which has emerged during the last 2 decades. Because you all are learned people in the panel, as all the faculty members, they all know that how the technological changes are taking, fast changes are taking place nowadays. Earlier, the technological changes used to take place in decades. Now the period has come that the technological changes are taking place very speedily. That 5 years time is the maximum time, which it seems that even the shorter period also the technical changes are happening. So as far as this technology, this new education policy 2020 is concerned, a wide, grassroots consultation was done. A bottom-up approach was followed by the committee, which was, basically 2-3 committees was it was constituted by the ministry, and even the 2 ministers also changed. The education minister I'm talking about, and then finally, under the leadership of Nishankji, present Minister of Education, this policy has come out. So, it is a comprehensive policy which is talking about all the verticals of education. It doesn't not only include one verticals. It talks about all the verticals, whether it is in any field. You talk about the agriculture, you talk about the management, you talk about the law, you talk about the medical, you talk about the agriculture. So about all these verticals, this new education policy talks about. So that is the wonderful thing. So I would like to summarize that how this political and because of this various changes which has taken place in this in the last 2 decades, how it became necessary for this new policy to come, to plan. And Professor Vajpayee talked, Professor S.K. Das talked about the mitigating the classroom differences with the industry requirement. This we have been talking as a faculty member also. So we keep talking in the classroom that we always find gap between the classroom and the industry. Now the industrial innovation is talking about the industry 4.0 is coming, that the lot of new technologies are coming up. So there is a new need of new type of skills is required, and that is all the changes has been incorporated not only at the higher education, at the primary level education also. That all we know that the changes has come from the initial stage 5+3+3+4. So the first stage is the foundation stage, which is made to learn and grasp the language knowledge, and then the second stage is the preparatory stage, where they will start learning the simple mathematical skills and these subject skills, and the third stage is the middle school stage, where they will be exposed. I mean, the students will be exposed to the different kind of subjects, like including this will be happening first time that the vocational courses they will be offered, then the internship programs will be offered to the students, and the coding will be introduced at this middle level schooling. So that will be the wonderful thing, where the students will get the opportunity of this new kind of learnings. Then the fourth stage is the secondary school stage, that is the 9th to 12th stage, and here the students will be given a lot of flexibility to select the subjects. And here, earlier you might be knowing that you being the students of, commerce, you cannot choose the subjects from the humanities, and from the humanities you can, your discipline, you cannot choose the subjects from the commerce and the other science streams and like that. So now this approach, you will find that any students who would like to wish as a commerce course, if you wanted to study history, you can study it. If you wanted to study music, you can study it. If you wanted to study any other paper of science, that also be feasible. All these kind of changes has taken place at the school level. Since our seminar is focused on the higher education, now I will swiftly change to the higher education system. So higher education level, so major changes have taken place, that earlier we had the bachelor's degree, then we had the master's degree, then MPhil and the PhD degree. That is the way we proceed for the higher education level. So we all have the bachelor and master degree, but in between the MPhil degree has been now abolished. So you will not find in the new education policy that the MPhil degree will be offered. So there will be bachelor's, master's and PhD degree. So that will be the new line of education hierarchy. And bachelor's degree will be also of 4 years, but it will be optional to go for the 4 year, or it will be, if you complete first year, you will get the certificate program. You will be able to complete, say, you exit that time, you can exit it. So, multi-entry your facility has been provided. And in case if you complete the second year, you will get the advanced diploma. In case if you complete the third year, then you will get the bachelor degrees. And if you wanted to do with the bachelor's degree, if you wanted to go for the research, then you will get the 4th years the bachelor degree with research. So that is what the wonderful thing. It has been incorporated in the NAP 2020, and then you will find the new feature is that the multiple entry and multiple exit. So that is the new thing. Is a wonderful thing in this. I think all of we understand the meaning of multiple entry and multiple exit. As I talked in the above line, that the first year if you exit, you will get the certificate program. In the second year also you will get the diploma. Third year bachelor degree, and the 4th year if you will go for the research, then you will get the degree with research. So Professor Das also discussed about the academic bank of credit. So like we have the bank account, when we deposit the money in the bank, credit goes up. When we withdraw it, the credit goes down. So same way here. Any field, from any other curricular activity or account, and as and when you wanted to, pursue study for a degree or diploma or a degree with research, that credit will be accounted against. Transferable, that academic, that credit can be transferred to any other university, is the private, the central university, the government, or the any institution, slightly more than the government institutions. So in the policies, there is also provision of putting a cap on the private institutions. Vajpayee also said expend from the government or other institutions if the GDP the expenditure on education increases from 4.6 to 6%. So we will get a lot of opportunity here. So name of the Ministry of MHRD, it has been changed to Ministry of Education. Now it is not called the Ministry of MHRD. It is called now Ministry of Education. So these all kind of changes has been. I have summarized major salient points of the NEP 2020. In addition to that, I would like to say that faculty in any educational institution is always at the forefront, and they should be at the heart of the higher education system. But some of the practices which I am talking about, that rampant practices of the contractual appointments are happening in the private universities and colleges, and this is also emphasizing the role of faculty at the pivotal center point, but how the faculty will be respected, how the faculty will be given different kind of the different kind of. I would like to say that India is a land of diversity, and is this universal policy is various states we had this some voice being heard at the beginning when that it was talked about that the Hindi and English will be made compulsory language. Then of course this accommodation was, and that it was clarified by the government and by the committee also that the regional language are not being banned. It is it is permitted. So thousands of ideas were given in this policy, but it is to be seen whether it is politically it is acceptable, no doubt, socially desirable, and technologically feasible. We need to see it because now we are facing the industry challenge of 4.0, so that we need to see financially viability. We have to see that we are increasing the expenditure from 4.6% of GDP to 6% of GDP, that we have to see that the finance is available to all the kind of policy which we are planning, administratively doable and just judicially talkable. That it all these features should be there, because I don't think any this kind of challenges we have encountered, but still these kind of questions are there in my mind. At the end, I would like to just raise some more questions that the focus in this particular is given on the practical learning rather than on theory. The rote learning is, we had a system of rote learning in our system. There is a marking system. We changed the system from percentage to the CBCS system. Then also the rote learning did not stop. Now we are focusing that even at the school level also we wanted to provide these students at 9th to 12th level that they should be given the opportunity of vocational studies. They should be given the opportunity of attending the internship programs at the industry level, so that all things will be certainly good and practical learning will be imposed here. So that will be good things here, but we have to find a good kind of synchronization between the various institutions, government and private, that need to be seen. So the detailed action plans which we should include, which I think why to do, why it was not done earlier, how it will be implemented, and who will do it, and what will be the timeline, that all these activities to be put on this timeline. So that is all I thought I must share with you. And with this short span of time, I would like to summarize and I would like to conclude my presentations on this NAP 2020. I am again thanking the management of the Banarsi Das Chandiwala to provide me this opportunity. Director Dr. Aparna Misra, who has given me this opportunity to interact with you all. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thought-provoking words with our audience. You indeed raised some very relevant questions. Thank you again. And moving on with our next speaker, we have with us Dr. Durgesh Tripathi, Course Coordinator, Swayam MOOCs, Society and Media Coordinator, GGS-IPU, Delhi. Dr. Durgesh Tripathi is the founding faculty member of University School of Mass Communication at GGS-IPU, New Delhi. He has completed his postdoctoral fellowship from Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, in 2017. He is also the recipient of prestigious Bhartendu Harish Chandra Award given by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, for his academic contribution. Dr. Tripathi's contributions can be exemplified with three major research projects and as a co-principal investigator of communication and media studies for Open Education Resources, EPG Pathshala, and e-learning initiative undertaken by Inflibnet, UGC, and MHRD, Government of India. ICSSR has also published 2 books on media and youth studies written by Dr. Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi has organized many research methodology workshops and national seminars on the theme of media, governance, and youth, and gender sensitization, sponsored by ICSSR. In addition to that, Dr. Tripathi has a rich academic contribution in the fields of communication research, youth studies, new media, and political participation. He has also been invited for extension lectures at Shanghai International University, China, Burafa University, Thailand, Hallon University, Seoul, the Republic of South Korea, University of Technology Mara, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, University of Bonn, Germany. He has also chaired a session in 4th European International Conference at Antalya, Turkey, and has visited places of academic eminence at Canada, France, and Singapore. Dr. Tripathi has participated and presented his understanding on digital media, youth, and political participation at the House of Commons, Parliament of Britain, UK, University of Liverpool in London, UK, University of York, American University, USA. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to you, sir, and would request you to take over the session and address our audience.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the management and the organizing committee of BCIPS, especially Dr. Suniti, Dr. Mishra, and all the organizing committee. I feel privileged and honored to be the part of this very special kind of national seminar on national education policy or new education policy 2020. And as communicated and introduced by you, that I am the course coordinator of Swayam Moods, Society and Media, which is the first MOOC course of GGS IP University offered from UGC and Swayam. And before I'm speaking on the various nuances, understanding related with the new education policy, we listen so many renowned speakers, esteemed speakers on the various issues related with the new education policy, especially Professor Bajpayee, Professor Das, and I would like to constrain my basic understanding and knowledge in between online courses, massive open online courses, Swayam courses, which is very much related and contemporary towards the United Nations Development Project or United Nations Development Goal related with the education for everyone, quality education and equality in education. And as we know, that new education policy complements the basic understanding related with the blended kind of learning. And I would like to constrain my basic understanding and knowledge related with the new education policy of new media, cyber media, or a internet, or a technology with the education. And the new education policy lays the foundation of a new India. The education and the skills needed for the youth to strengthen country, to advance it to new heights of development, and to further empower citizens to make them suitable for maximum opportunities. And the policy or a new education policy has been formulated keeping in mind two biggest questions: whether education system motivates youth, students for creativity, curiosity, and commitment driven life, and whether it empowers youth or a student to help in building an empowered society in the country, in India. And the policy look a multidisciplinary approach to education, especially in the higher education scenario, where the government will thrust upon converting single stream universities and colleges to multidisciplinary ones by 2040. It's a target year from the government of India, from the Ministry of Education of our country. And the focus is to provide a holistic educational experience while providing multiple entries and exit options that already been discussed by Professor Sharma. And the policy aims to create critical thinkers who could be problem solvers and innovators of tomorrow through collaboration and application of an interdisciplinary approach. The National Education Policy or a new education policy creates space for a much larger role for digital education, or we can say online education initiatives like Swayam, EPG Pathsala. And I very much fortunate that I am associated with the co-principal investigator of this EPG Pathsala project of Government of India, which is the national mission on education through ICT of Government of India's initiatives. It focuses on creating a two-way interface for holding online classes, virtual labs, learning games, and simulation through virtual reality and the digital repository of coursework, among other provisions. Thus, creating more opportunities for democratization of education and continue the lifelong learning process through online modes. Our Prime Minister or the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi himself tweeted that aspects such as widening the availability of scholarship, strengthening infrastructure for open and distance learning, online education, and increasing usage of technology have received a greater attention in new education policy. These are vital reforms for the education sector. And as a teacher, as a faculty member, as a scholar of this seminar, we can understand that the future or a tomorrow will come with the blended kind of a learning process and teaching learning process. New education policy allow or also emphasizes the creation of a national education technology forum that will provide a platform for free exchange of ideas on the technology to enhance learning, assessment, and planning and administration. But these initiatives should yield results only if the students complete online courses provided by the government and use them to upgrade their knowledge. And we can say, we can add, even faculty member can include, can enhance their capabilities and skills through the Swayam platforms, through the online courses offered by Swayam or a government of India. Though experts are really inspired by the kind of support and boost that the MOOCs courses received since the lockdown, as we have already faced a national or international, we can say it's a global lockdown, was announced, and it was nothing compared to the engagement garnered by it in the last 10 years or possibly since its inception MOOCs or online course in India. And the top three MOOC providers like Coursera, edX, and Future Learn registered as many of the users in April as in the whole of 2019. Coursera added the largest number of new learners, receiving 35 million. You can understand the power of online education. 35 million enrollments between mid-March and the end of July this year, or we can say in the last year in 2019. Whereas Udemy, a platform of MOOCs, courses, and skill-based courses saw a 425% hike in the individual enrollment between February and March. It also reported a 55% rise in the content created by the instructors during the lockdowns period. And Udemy also provided India-centric data with a 281% rise in the learners opting for business fundamentals related course, while more than 600% rise in courses for developing communication skills. And we know that the developing communication skill or understanding related with the communication skill is the part of every professional course of our country, or we can say for the globe. And considering the popularity and the interest of the students, even the University Grant Commission UGC has increased the academic credit limit for online courses from 20% to 40% now. And now students can opt for various courses offered by SWAYAM platforms and can acquire skills and interdisciplinary course that may not be part of their normal curriculum. And so that you can understand the power of MOOCs and online education in country. A new education policy 2020, which aims to create to academic bank of credits, as just a couple of minutes before stated by Professor Sarma. And this bank will help students to gain credits after completion of courses offered by the top institutions of the country and can be transferred to their degrees. It also opened for floodgates to access quality education in our country, literally from their house and comfort zones. It will reduce the cost of education with students just requiring a smartphones and a stable internet connections. And we can say, and we can focus on and look upon the adaptive kind of learning models. And the MOOCs and the online education also provides the adaptive learning models, which provides a solution to lowered interest of the learners after who enrollment in online courses. And adaptive learning uses computer algorithm to understand the needs of the learners and their level of understanding based on their responses and engagement, and then customizes the resources and learning materials according to the needs of the particular learner. It helps to adopt the personalized approach to education rather than a one size to fit all approach to the education, as we have already faced and we have already gone through. There are so many measures, so many traditional or a conventional kind of a syllabi in our system. And as the name suggests, adaptive learning adopts itself to needs of the learner rather than a set sequences or a pattern of the self-paced MOOCs courses that are directed to the larger students community. It uses the principles from various disciplines that include computer science, psychometrics, education, among others. Whether we can find out so many courses related with the management, so many courses from the communication and media studies, law, education, and other courses. And adaptive learning also provides a forum and space for the learners to share their own experience and information regarding the course. It may include the areas of the subject where the learner
Excuse
feel
me, sir.
confident and the preferences of the learners to discuss a topic in a more detailed manner. And I would like to conclude my understanding observation within a couple of minutes. And I would like to thank you to all the participants for the patiently listening of my or before my presentation. There are so many esteemed panelists. They have already shown their understanding and observation in front of you. I would like to take only 2 minutes to conclude my understanding and observation related with the same. Thus, adaptive learning helps to alter the feedback, sequence, and assessment according to the needs of the learners, thereby increasing the efficiency if intended learning outcome. And it brings forth a more customized approach to learning and helps to create long lasting, meaningful engagement in the online environment of teaching, learning, or we can say blended kind of understanding. And adaptive learning supports the endeavors of great educators through data analysis and algorithms, and it helps educators to make decisions with precision and save their valuable time. It is a tool for the new age tortures or a teachers to where and who try to match the expectation of the generation Z learners and follow the broad vision provided by the new education policy 2020. And I would like to conclude with few words that the new education policy focuses on developing a strong teaching system where teachers can produce good professionals and good citizens for the country, for our country. And now we are talking of digital and global citizenship. There is a great emphasis on teacher training in the new education policy. And at the conclusion, I would like to say that President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said that the purpose of education, I would like to repeat my words, the purpose of education is to make good human beings with the skill and expertise. Enlightened human beings can be created by the teachers. And I do believe that there are so many teachers, faculty members who are participating in this prestigious conference duly organized by BCIPS, and we can understand our strength, we can understand, and we have to know our responsibility, accountability towards the students, towards the youth of our country, so that I do believe that the new education policy and national education policy 2020 can complement, can fulfill the need of the same. Thank you again for inviting me and to given that you have given me chance to showcase my best understanding, little knowledge, little drop of knowledge in the ocean of education, ocean of academics, in front of the fellow colleagues, fellow panelists of this conference. Thank you again. Thank you
Thank you
all.
so much, sir, for this very enlightening and informative session. I hope all our participants have gained many useful insights from this session. Uh, Continuing further, I would now open the session for the question and answer session. I would request the participants to put in their questions in the chat box, and selected questions will be directed to the speakers.
And one thing I would like to mention you that our society and media course, which is interdisciplinary course, offered third time in sequence from January onwards. And the faculty members or students of any stream can join online. It's free course for all. Anyone can join from anywhere can join, and they can enhance their skill and understanding related with the society and media. It's a MOOC course duly offered from Swayam platform by Guru Gobind Singh in the Indraprasth University, and you may find it, and it's accredited as a top 100 online course last year by Class 1012. And anyone can join, from anywhere can join. It's an interdisciplinary course. Anyone can join. It's a free and offered by Government of India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is a question from Mr. Ayush Sen. He wants to ask that how and when education policy will be implemented. Will it have a trial phase? What are the execution plans?
Should I answer this question?
Sure, sir, please.
Okay. See, like we had wider consultation for framing the policy. Similarly, the government has a very well chopped out plan for the implementation of this policy. I have been associated with this at 3 levels. Today in the morning, we had a international conference at Central University, Punjab, where the Honorable Education Minister Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, he has disclosed the plan. At Niti Aayog level, there is a education group formed consisting of 24 people. And these 24 people include 17 ministries and 7 CSOs, corporate social organizations, in which one of the organizations belongs to us. So we have been given the responsibility of collecting the feedback from all diets at all districts, from all universities and lead colleges. And this feedback is related with the implementation, the challenges and problems in implementing the various components of total education policy. Similarly, there are for higher education at the ministry level, Honorable Minister has constituted 9 working groups. And these 9 working groups are charting out the micro planning of how every element, how the research and innovation will be implemented, how the value education will be, and so on. A very important component that is being included is innovation education. The VBOC courses, DBOC courses, the skill element, ITI, they are going to be integrated with the mainline education. And as Dr. Tripathi was saying, MOOC is now going to be the mainstream education. And we all will be happy whether it is NPTEL, whether it is MOOC courses on SWAYAM platform. They are going to be the credit earning elements in all universities very soon. It is already spread as he has very detailed. And the third input is that in every state, because education being in the concurrent list, so there are many things that are to be done at state level for implementation of this policy, especially at the ECC, the early childhood plan and the Anganwadi inclusion with the schools and clustering of schools. So at every state, the working group or the, they call it workforce, it has been constituted and they are charting out the plan how to integrate this with the state plans with the national education plan at Niti Aayog level. And they have already framed the timeline. By 2021, some of the major recommendations will be implemented. By 2022, the ECC plan will be implemented and so on. I will not go into the detail. So this policy, I would like to, for one more minute, Dr. Sarma has also asked this question, how it will be implemented. So this is the first time a policy implementation is being taken care at ministry level, at Niti Aayog level, at state level. And now there is a plan that at district level also such committees are going to be formed. And the feedback will go to PMO also. So third aspect, that is the financial aspect. The National Research Foundation has already been sanctioned 20,000 crores and they are making plan. And in addition to this, the conventional financial schemes of DST, DBT, CSIR, Ministry of Renewable Energy, DA, all these things will continue, ICSSR, they will not be stopped. So, but duplicacy in programs, this will be taken care because they are going to be coordination. So the peer-reviewed research funding system. And one more thing, the board of governors are being identified for individual institutions. So the institutional development plan will be prepared by the institute. This institutional development plan will be reviewed and validated by the board of governors. This plan will be submitted to NRF. They will fund first the institution to improve their capability. This is called seed financial. So all the things are being checked out, and I'm sure, I'm confident this will not meet the fate as earlier policies 1996 or 1991 changes they have met because of implementation plan was lacking certain elements. So this is what the input I had. Other members of the panel, they can add. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to add, and I am happy to share one more information that the Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University and the Academic Council of GGSIP University has already been accepted and accommodated the new education policy as the MOOC courses for all the across the university schools of IP University. And now, and after some time, it will be implemented towards the affiliated college of IP University.
Yeah, in fact, this is the case across the country. Most of the universities has accepted the MOOC courses and they have implemented. Around 89 UG courses and 46 PG courses, they are being implemented in most of the universities.
Sir, and we have already adopted and accepted by the BOS and Academic Council of GGSIP University.
Right.
Thank you, sir. We have another question from Dr. Shamsher Singh. How management practices can be incorporated in class while teaching the theory? So, Dr. S.K. Das, if you would like to throw some light on it.
Because he is from education.
Yes, yes, sir.
Shall I request you to repeat the question, ma'am?
Sure, sir. How management practices can be incorporated in class while teaching the theory?
Oh, it's a great. Then there will be a paradigm shift in the pedagogical aspects of our teaching strategies. If you look into the managing teaching today, looking at the cutting edge technology today, we are facing just now the kind of technology that we are using that could be brought in. And then secondly is that monitoring the learning outcomes on a day-to-day basis should be really it will be a real challenge, though it is impossible sometime impractical, but we have to manage the learning outcomes, assessment of the learning outcomes on day-to-day basis. That I believe that could be brought in as a one of the aspects recommended by the NEP 2020. So assessment of the learning outcomes on a day-to-day basis. Instead of going for a accumulation or a summative evaluation, it must be a formative evaluation kind of thing. And the learning should, the assessment should take in place every time and whenever that we are transiting within the classroom.
Thank you, sir. So there's another question from Ms. Prachi Pichori. It is regarding MPhil. So she's asking that how would pursuing MPhil to a student be affected in this new education policy? And is this degree would be having some value as it was earlier, or it will lose its value?
I think MPhil is now stopped all over the country. MPhil, we will not discuss the merits and demerits of MPhil, but as a policy matter, MPhil has been discontinued as a major recommendation of NEP. And therefore, I don't think any university or college will offer the MPhil now onwards. However, she need not to be afraid if she is MPhil. Due credit will be given to those who are already MPhil. So there is no, regarding the employability on the basis of MPhil, that will be affected. Because the eligibility criteria have changed, and we already know that MPhil is no longer a eligibility for getting the faculty job. So that is the only problem. Otherwise, it is very clear.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm really sorry to all the participants. I would like to apologize. Because of shortage of time, we cannot take many questions, so we'll be taking just one more question. We have a question from Ms. Shivani Sharma that she wants to know that how NEP would help in inculcating moral values amongst youngsters as day by day moral values are diminishing.
Yeah, well, let me take up this issue, ma'am. Will you allow me?
Sure, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah, Shivani, as I understand that the moral values are to be incorporated and disseminated, and that could be nurtured by the parents within the home condition rather than in the educational setup. It is not NEP which can bring in any kind of changes within the moral values very better in the inculcating the moral values within our students and youngsters. Rather, it is our parents and our cultural values that has to brought in. So, though the educational institutes, they are accountable for nurturing the moral values, but the prime goal or the prime objective or the role is to be there with the parents. So, don't expect much from the NEP 2020 to bring certain drastic changes so far as the moral values are concerned, though the value pattern is changing day by day. And today that you are defining the moral values, the way that you are defining the moral values has been, is different from the 20 years before and 20 years ahead. So moral values itself will be having a different kind of connotations. Look at the professional ethics today within the educational institutes, and as we know that as a teacher, I am assigning certain, I am giving certain assignments to my students, and the students are not, happy with the kind of assignment. Then administrator is putting question to the teacher that why the assignment that you have given is not up to the marks. That's why the students are not taking interest. So look at the professional ethics and the moral values, that we need to understand that what are the role of our family, and we have to define the family role when we talk about the inculcation of moral values within our students, and then definitely instead of higher education system, we must focus more on the school and pre-primary as well as early childhood education system. If the schools are accountable and held responsible for bringing in changes so far as the moral values are concerned, by the time the students are there within the higher education system, then definitely there will be much changes. So we expect more from the school sector rather than from the higher education sector. So that is my my conclusion or my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So there's one last question and request of our participants to Dr. Arpit Sharma sir.
That madam, in this question there is a very important input that must be added. Professor Das was right when he was narrating this whole issue. At school level, the whole curriculum and pedagogy that will change, obviously. But in addition to this, the learning outcome-driven system is being evolved, in which a very important scheme is already chalked out. This is called Suguna, Shiksha Gunavatta Sudhar Yojana. And in this particular scheme, there are many elements like what kind of plays should be introduced, what kind of games should be introduced, what kind of storytelling should be introduced, that are all moral based. And this program is being chalked out so that the Indian value system, the importance of family, the societal setting, all these things are incorporated right from the very early childhood. and a Prashikshan program of Anganwadi Karyakarta for certificate and diploma level training is being worked out so that these elements become the important and essential parts of the school education. So this Sugna will take care. Of course, family cannot be undermined, and value comes basically from family, as Dr. Das has rightly put in. But government is also making efforts, and there is a well checked out program which will be implemented in almost all schools, government schools, especially in the initial stage, and then in the private schools. And hopefully this will improve the situation, and those who are coming from the school education with that kind of training, they will have the better value system at higher education.
Thank you, sir, for this information. So we are going for the last question for this technical session, which is directed to Dr. R.K. Sharma, sir. Sir, a student, Utkarsh Agarwal, wants to know that what are the multiple entry and exit options at UG courses under new education policy? Dr. R.K. Sharma, sir, are you with us? I think maybe due to some connection issue, he has disconnected from the meeting. So, any of the other eminent speakers would like to answer this question?
Okay, it's a very simple question. The answer is very simple. Multiple entry and exit options are already implemented. IIT Chennai has last month offered a course where three-year degree program will be in 3 phases. If you complete the introductory program for 1 year, you get a certificate in data science. If you complete the course for 2 years, you get a diploma in data science. If you complete the complete course of 3 years, you get the degree. But this program is being evolved further. The 4-year degree program is being introduced. So if you complete the 4-year degree program, you get the option of research degree, where you can enter into PhD without pursuing the full-fledged MSc program or MA program, PG program. Only 1-year PG program will be sufficient to lead you to PhD. Or there will be some 4 years degree program where directly you can go to PhD. It also has a component where you can leave the program after 1 year and you can again join the program after 5 years. So if you are having a certificate, you can complete your diploma or degree later on also. So this provides a lot of flexibility to learner, and learning becomes lifelong. Whenever you want to learn, whenever you have opportunity, you can come back to the campus or come back on the MOOC platform and you can complete your learning. So this is the multiple entry and exit options. Of course, there may be many more options. The learners who have done their degree earlier and they want to improve their degree, they can also be entered into the system. So it is not only for the new learners, the earlier learners will also be incorporated. So it makes the Indian education system very, very flexible and learner oriented.
Thank you so much, sir. So with this, on behalf of Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Dwarka, I would like to extend a very heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for today's first technical session, who took the time out of their busy schedule and showered us with their pearls of wisdom and knowledge. We are truly humbled by your presence. We are sure that it turned out to be a great learning experience for all our participants. Thank you very much to our esteemed speakers. Moving ahead, let us begin with the next technical session. Technical session 2. Beginning with the next session, the changing dynamics of higher education, a global perspective. For this session, we have managed to invite speakers from across the world, coming from different time zones, on a common platform to discuss and compare the dynamics of higher education in different countries. For this session, we have with us speakers from different profiles, starting with our keynote speaker, Dr. Cheryl Root, Director, MS in Technology Ventures and Associate Professor, Integrated Innovation Institute, Carnegie Mellon University. She'll be joining us from USA. Due to the different time zones, she will be delivering her keynote address towards the end of the session. Next, we have Mr. Akash Bhardwaj, MBA, MIR, passionate about employment relations. He'll be joining us from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Then we have with us Mr. Jude George, expert in B2B SaaS, e-commerce commercial sales and marketing. He'll be joining us from Greater Paris Metropolitan Region, France. Then we have Ms. Shruti Parab, File Review and Advice Assessment Officer, joining us from New South Wales, Australia. One of our guest speakers, Ms. Rubina Khan, digital marketing strategist, social media expert who was supposed to join us from Dubai, UAE, would not be able to join us today, unfortunately. We just got to know that she was tested COVID positive and is not feeling her best, so she will not be able to join us today. But we look forward to collaborating with her in the future. Starting with our next session, I would like to extend a hearty welcome to all our honorable speakers. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of things about this session's agenda. Being our first speaker, I would like to introduce Ms. Shruti Parab, File Review and Advice Assessment Officer, joining us from New South Wales, Australia. Ms. Shruti is an analyst with a demonstrated history of working in accounting industry. She's skilled in research, Microsoft Excel, management, and Microsoft softwares. A strong business development professional with a master's degree focused in applied finance from Western Sydney University. She's presently working as File Review and Advice Assessment Officer with AMP Limited, Australia, and has a rich experience of working with some reputed companies such as Deloitte, Toesch, Tomatsu Limited, Price Waterhouse Coopers prior to this. She has also worked in many projects such as ANZ Prime Access Project in Risk and Consulting, Skills Hub Project in Assurance. She also has a diploma in financial planning from Australia. She is a member of Golden Key International Honor Society since 2017 and a recipient of the Dean's Award for Outstanding Achievement in Masters of Applied Finance, Western Sydney University, Australia. We would like to welcome Ms. Shruti to this national seminar and would request her to take over the session and address the audience.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for the very kind introduction, ma'am. First of all, I would really like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts and opinions on this platform. I'm here to discuss about the higher education policy that is prevalent here in Australia. Keep in mind that this is all coming from my own personal experience, and I really hope that the information I provide today is helpful to all the prospective students who wish to study here in Australia. I'm pretty sure that if someone told all of this to me when I was about to come here, it would have made a huge impact on me. And I'm certain that it would help a few of you guys to make an informed decision as well. Also, before I begin, pardon me for not turning on my video today, but I have been having some network issues since morning, so I'm just going to leave it at that, so we don't run into any technical issues. So to begin with, in terms of the course structure, the education system here is based on quarters and semesters. So students effectively are studying only 2 subjects per quarter or 4 subjects per semester, whichever the case is and whichever course you're enrolled in. Usually, business and commerce related courses primarily follow a quarter-based system, whereas courses from the STEM field, so that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, are mostly based on a semester approach. Regardless of the course structure though, each subject has an adequate balance between assignments and exams, and equal importance is given to both. One fine example of this is the existence of a plagiarism software for every assignment that you submit. In today's world of copying and pasting material from Google, this plagiarism software forces the students to come up with their own thought process and material while writing an assignment. And there are dire consequences if one is caught copying material from the internet, which is a great learning. Education here is based on theoretical aspects and their practical implementation in life. Just to give you an example for that, so students studying law are given various case scenarios and case studies which are related to their study, and they are supposed to identify the laws that are applicable to that particular case study using their own professional judgment. Such kind of an approach helps you to build a thought process right from the very first step of your course. And this obviously helps the student in the real life application once they start working full time. Whilst we are on that topic, I would also like to mention that subjects like these, which are based on practical application of a theoretical aspect, they usually have an open book examination. And let me tell you from my personal experience, these examinations are far more challenging compared to your traditional exams because you're constantly using your judgment and your presence of mind, which you have developed over the course of your study. On a wider scale, I would summarize that the Australian higher education universities are modeled in a way that the courses here are more research oriented and they set an international standard throughout the learning experience of a student. Another noteworthy point of Australian higher education is the amount of resources that are provided by the universities. Almost every university has their own career portal, which is separate from their website, and it allows students, staff, and alumni to log in and search for potential job opportunities. So, students who have already graduated from their university can also search for job opportunities. And there are a vast number of jobs that are being listed to cater for the diverse population and considering every individual's respective visa rights. What I mean by that is, for example, an international student here is only allowed to work for 20 hours in a week. So, not all companies cater for that, but if you search for jobs through the university's career portal, you might be able to find a job suitable to your needs. This is a great way of ensuring that students are getting hands-on experience whilst their duration of study prior to the graduation. Other resources that are provided by the university includes provision of regular workshops, including resume review or a job search guidance or training in relation to behavioral and technical skills that are required to get a job. And it's not just a job search training that is provided, but also on-campus jobs for local and international students to work whilst they are still studying. This certainly takes care of the living expenses while you're living here. For students who are not native English speakers, the universities also provide free English speaking classes. Also, with the student ID here in Australia, you're eligible for significant discounts across a large variety of shops, including and not limited to tech accessories, cafes, restaurants, and even online shopping. This, for me, is certainly a win-win, and it just goes to show that the amount of resources available to university students here. In addition to these resources, the infrastructure within these universities is high quality and top-notch. There are smart classrooms in the university with technologically advanced systems in place. I would like to take you through an example to explain what it exactly means. So there is technology in place which captures the voice of the professor and delivers it across to the room, and hence the professor does not need to speak louder or lose his voice just to get his point across to the entire room. The classes also have multiple monitors, so one monitor on each table where you can see what the professor is actually writing on the whiteboard. I think this is one of the best teaching infrastructure which caters for people with all needs. Another remarkable point that I would like to bring to your attention is that all the lectures are recorded and uploaded to the student portal once the class is finished. Along with that, all the lecture material, including the PowerPoint slides and the Word documents, they are all uploaded to the student portal. I feel like this is a great way to enhance student learning as they can revisit the lectures and the lecture slides at any time that they want at their own pace. Coming down to the decision making for these universities, the responsibility is shared amongst the Australian government, state and territory government, along with the institution themselves. There are also various arrangements in place by the Australian government to provide financial aid to the students by offering scholarships, such as the Commonwealth Grant Scheme and the Higher Education Loan Program, which is also known as HELP. The government provides a 100% loan to the eligible students through these schemes, and the repayment of loan is started once the student gets a job and starts paying his taxes. I feel like this is such a great scheme because you're not paying any additional out-of-pocket revenue unless the student is working overseas. So this is a win-win situation for the government and for the student as well. The federal government also plays a vital role in maintaining the quality and standard of higher education that is provided by the universities. This is all done through a statutory agency. Various quality assurance standards and frameworks are set in place by the agency to ensure that the required standards are fulfilled. These frameworks cover the key areas of an institution's operations, including the courses, teaching, client service, and qualifications. The foundation on which all of this is based is called Australian Qualifications Framework, also known as AQF, and it links Australian schools, higher education qualification, and vocational qualification into a coherent structure. The AQF also encourages flexible delivery of education, lifelong learning, and international recognition for these courses. The AQF is one of the world's first of its type, and it attracts quite a lot of international recognition. I think it would be safe to say that this framework allows for maximum professional development for a student along with continuous learning. Coming down to the fee structure for higher education, as I mentioned earlier, there are multiple scholarships available for domestic and international students, depending on the course that you're enrolled in, and a few other eligibility criteria. In recent days, the government has made some changes in relation to the fee subsidies that are available to students from various sectors. For example, the fee subsidies provided to students from STEM field is now higher compared to students from other industries. I believe that this indicates the government wants to shift its focus to the STEM fields in terms of future direction of the country. Australia's student visa system has attracted a lot of international interest, fostering strong bonds between countries and promoting immigration as well. The visa system is quite transparent and efficient, and it continues to provide high quality education outcomes for international education consumers. In terms of composition of the population, international students occupy a significantly larger percentage of the population within Australian higher education universities. Australia is increasingly dependent on revenue from international students, which represents one of the country's largest exports. It has a great impact on the country's demographics as well. Whilst we are on that topic, it would be noteworthy to mention that, similar to other countries, the 2020 pandemic caused a havoc on the education sector in Australia. Whilst there was an obvious shift from physical attendance to online lectures, it certainly was not enough to dwindle the problem. The pandemic saw a massive drop in the revenue derived from international students of about 3 to 5 Australian billion dollars. Now that is a massive amount. And the government's response to curb this issue was to implement a drastic reduction in fees for certain healthcare and IT courses, amongst others. Well, obviously, that did not help, as there were multiple redundancies made by all the organizations as well. I think potentially once the borders open and international travel is back on, there would be a better chance for the government to recover from all the losses. To conclude with, I can certainly say that there is a significant difference in the Indian and Australian higher education policy in terms of all of the other factors that I have mentioned. Specifically, I think the focus on practical implementation of knowledge in Australian education is indeed something that India can take into consideration and implement. I do feel that there are certain universities in India who are taking that approach at the moment. But overall, I would say that Australia's innovative approach to the development and delivery of education has made it one of the world's leading international education service providers. And that's pretty much from my end, everyone. I really hope you found this session helpful and took some valuable information here on. And last but not the least, wish you all a very happy and a prosperous new year. I hope this year brings ample happiness, success, and health to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shruti. A very happy new year to you too. And thank you for sharing such crucial information about the Australian education, higher education with our participants. It was indeed a very informative session. Meanwhile, we have with us our trustee, Mr. Vipul Gupta, sir. I would like to extend a welcome to sir and a very heartfelt thank you and gratitude from on part of the entire ABCL team and the organization committee to sir for his continuous support and his guidance, without which we would not be able to conduct such an event at such grand level. Thank you so much for your continuous encouragement, sir. I would request, sir, if he wants to share his thoughts on this seminar with the participants. Okay. Okay, I think there is some connection issue and he might not be able to listen to us. Or he's not a public speaker for the in France. He's an expert in B2B SaaS, e-commerce, commercial sales and marketing. He has a rich experience of working in sales and marketing in France and India. He has worked with various reputed companies, namely Genpact, Best Pro, IT eSoft UK, and with many startups such as Airfree, Bus Hunter, at various marketing and sales positions in India and in France. He has an international master's in management degree from Audencia Business School, Grande École, France, and has completed Erasmus exchange program in Loughborough University, having 5-star plus rating. We welcome you, sir, and I would now request Mr. Butte to continue with the session and address the audience.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank everyone at BCIPS for giving me the opportunity to speak today at this seminar, at the reputed seminar, and welcome everyone to the meeting. So let's get started. I would be sharing my screen to give the presentation. Give me a minute, please.
Sure.
Okay, can you see my screen?
As of now, yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I would be discussing more about the higher education in France. And I would be starting by giving a short introduction about how things have been in the past and how things work today. And then I would be talking a bit about the social aspects and finally the assistance that is provided by the government to students both coming from European region and from other international countries. So, in terms of higher education system in France, if you look at the history, the French educational system is positioned on the primary doctrines of the French Revolution of 1789. According to the French Constitution, it is an obligation of the state to provide secular, compulsory, and free education at all the levels. The origins of the structure of the French educational system started with Napoleon's first empire, and around 1808, he had founded a division of the Imperial University into academics, managed by the heads of departments, which still exists today. Napoleon also centralized this administration. That is, the state is responsible for opening of schools, appointing teachers, and defining the school curricula. The French education system is fully centralized. That is, the state finances the public education, defines this curricula, appoints inspectors to control the quality of the structures and the teaching, and organizes teacher recruitment and training. There was an interesting reform which was passed in 2013 on the education policy, which increased the minimum level of education that the prospective teachers had to attain to a 5-year back plus 5 university degree. That means that every teacher would be required to have at least a back plus 5. Additionally, the candidates for teaching jobs now must participate in a nationwide competition for qualification. Secondary education teachers must earn a certificate de l'aptitude au professionnel du deuxième degré, which literally translates to aptitude certificate for professors to teach some specific subjects such as mathematics and sciences. Specific certificates also exist for teachers of sports and technical and vocational skills. In terms of the school system, it has been organized into 2 schemes. The first one being the primary school education, which is L'école du peuple, which literally translates to school of the people. And the secondary education, which is L'école de l'élite sociale, which is the school of the social elite. The final exam in the secondary schools is always the baccalaureate, which in English is the bachelor. Currently, there are 83 universities in France, including reputably the world's first university, that is one of the first university, that is the Sorbonne in Paris, which was founded in the 13th century. Finally, a new framework law implemented in 2005 stated that education is a national priority and the system should guarantee that all students will acquire a unified channel of knowledge and skills that will give them equal opportunities in professional life. These principles were also reaffirmed by the most recent reform, which was passed on the 8th of July 2013 and its related decrees. Now, if we talk about the French education system, it has been divided into primary, lower secondary, upper secondary, and higher education, which is ISCED 5 and 6. That is the International Standards Classification of Education. So I'll be moreover, I'll be concentrating on the higher education. So in the higher education, we basically have 2 establishments. The first one are universities which do not have selective admission. And then there are non-university institutions such as the Grande École or the Grand Schools, which are highly selective and open only to students who have earned a baccalaureate or a bachelor after 2 years of attendance at the classe préparatoire. Not only that, for entering a Grande École school, you also need to qualify via an entrance exam. Now, to get admitted into a master's program, students should normally acquire a baccalaureate or an equivalent international qualifications. For those who are not able to acquire a BAc, it's also possible to pursue a foundation course called the Diplôme de l'Accès aux études universitaires over 1 year, which gives admission to the university. So this course, DAEU, has the same educational equivalent of the baccalaureate in France. So therefore, in if we talk about the three levels of education, they are more or less the same. So we have the licence, which is bac plus 3, the master, which is bac plus 4, also known as M1, and bac plus 5, which is M2, and finally the doctorate, which is bac plus H, which corresponds to the international structure of higher education qualification, that is bachelor, masters, and PhD system of qualification. There are close to 250 Grand Écoles where the country's best elite are taught. These are the most prestigious higher education institutions of France. The main Grand Écoles are those of École des Ingénieurs and École de Commerce. Students wishing to enter normally need to undertake a 2-year preparatory course and pass a highly competitive nationwide exams, and then finally need to follow a 3 to 5 years of study. The preparatory course is called the Classe Préparatoire aux Grandes Écoles. There also exists some technical institutions in France, such as Institut Universitaire Technologique. Some of them offer more intensive courses and are renowned for this. They are then called Institut Universitaire de la Professionnelle. These are vocationally based higher education institutions attached to a university. They also have close links with industry and commerce, and students normally undertake approximately 6 months of work placement as part of their studies. Now, to talk a bit about the social aspects as to what are the different components in terms of the students itself. So the procedure to make higher education was made more accessible, and the effort continues till date. In 2014, 60% of those aged between 20 and 24 had attended higher education courses, regardless of whether they graduated, as compared to 33% of those aged between 45 and 49. This increment was observed among students from all social backgrounds, and really gets to show us that there is an increasingly more attractiveness in terms of attending higher education among the different age groups. And 78% of those aged 20 to 24 who came from privileged backgrounds and whose parents worked as managers or middle management were studying or had studied at a higher education institute, compared to 58% of those aged between 45 and 49. This increase was slightly higher among those parents who were manual workers or employees, but from particularly low starting point. That is, 46% of those aged between 20 and 24 were studying or had studied at an higher education institute, compared with 21% of those aged between 45 and 49. This also holds true for qualifications. That is, on average, over a period of 2000 to 2014, 66% of those whose parents worked as managers or in the middle management held a higher education qualification, compared with 30% of those parents who were manual workers. In France, the women account for a larger share of the student population, and more women hold qualifications than men. That is, women with higher education qualifications are more likely to hold a bac plus 5 university qualification, whereas men are more likely to obtain qualifications from the different specialist schools and short vocational courses. However, the labor market is till today a bit less encouraging for women, and their access to employment is a bit slower. They are less likely to have permanent employment contracts, as most likely to have work part-time. More specifically, 3 years after leaving higher education, a quarter of women are employed as managers, and compared with more than a third of men. However, things are changing, and over the past 20 years, the number of women working as teacher researchers has increased. In 2014 and 15, women held 43.9% of all lecturing positions, but still accounted for only for 23.2% of university professors. And finally, in France, France received in 2020 11.1% of the financial contribution allocation by the European Union for the Horizon 2020 program, which is a program that encourages innovation in emerging top technologies from the viewpoint of teaching and learning. And it was just third and just behind the largest beneficiary behind Germany and the UK. So finally, with this, I come to the last section, which is the government support and funding. So the French government does a lot for their students. As in 2014, the nation spent 29.2 billion euros on higher education, which was an increase of 0.3% in comparison with 2013. And the expenditure on higher education has more than doubled since 1980, increasing by an average of 2.8% a year. In 2014, the average expenditure per student in higher education for the French government totaled around 11,560 euros.
नाम चेंज कर दूंगा तो मैं तो भैया का नाम चेंज मैं तो रोहित का डाल दिया था अपना कुछ भी डाल दे और क्या उसमें एडिट कर अबे रोहित कौन सा है अच्छे से नाम से क्या हमने तो कुछ भी चेंज कर दिया था क्योंकि इसको वालों को पता लग जाती है
And be patient, we'll have a question and answer round at the end of this technical session, wherein you can put in your questions in the chat box and selected questions will be directed to our speakers. Next, we have with us for the second technical session, Mr. Akash Bhardwaj. He's an MD and MIR. He's passionate about employment relations. He's joining us from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Mr. Bhardwaj has a rich experience of 9 years working in human resource. He is Master of Industrial Relations from Queen's University and a Master of Business Administration. He possesses strong legal acumen and knowledge of employment statutes such as CLC, ESA, LRA, OHSA, Human Rights Code, and a thorough understanding of the principles and skills involved in collective bargaining, negotiation, and interpretation of collective agreements. He is also a certified Joint Health and Safety Committee member and possesses strong teamwork, problem-solving research, client service, and communication skills. His work experience includes working with a team offering ISO certification in the area of IT disaster recovery, energy management, and business continuity to Fortune 500 companies. facilitating the Green IT workshop and its certification, accorded by British Computer Society, London, UK. He has published many white papers to create awareness and share best practices, and has designed, developed, and delivered webinars on green IT and sustainable management. He is presently a Canadian permanent resident and has been working there for past many years. We welcome you, sir. I would now request Mr. Akash to take over the session and address our audience.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible enough? Just want to confirm before I go ahead with the session. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Stimpy. Thank you for those kind words. It's an honor to be here. I always like interacting with people. It's occupational hazard comes with working in HR. That's all you do. Again, it's an honor to kind of speak to you about the education system in Canada. Jude did a wonderful job in explaining the education system and the opportunities and the various resources available in France. My presentation would be more oral. I do have a couple of slides, but I won't kind of overwhelm you with numbers. I'm going to talk about some critical aspects, and I'm going to touch upon key areas in the field of education in Canada. I can probably draw upon the experience that I had in the past three and a half years in Canada, which might be very useful to at least some of you who are planning to move to Canada or look towards Canada as a prospective or probable education destination. Before I begin, let me just see how I can share my slides. Okay. Yeah, it's.
Should I guide you on how to share the slides?
It says an error. I tried doing it, but it said there was an error. So let me just try one more time. Okay.
If you want, we can share your slides. You can mail it to us. Yeah,
okay. Can you see my slides now?
We can see your screen right now. You'll have to open your slides on your screen.
I actually have done that.
Shall we guide you in doing that?
Yeah, why not? It'll save time.
Khushbu, kindly do the needful.
Yeah, just open your slides on your desktop and then go to present now and then share a window. You'll get options that what window you can share. Then select your slides from that window and you'll be able to share it.
So on the bottom of the screen, there is a pop-up, and when I click on it, there is a present now button. I selected that, and then it says a window. And when I select that, it gives me the option. So before I select the screen, I need to open the slide. Is that where I'm going wrong?
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I hope this should work. This is my Hail Mary. They say third time is a charm. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can see it very clearly. You can
Amazing. Finally, the glitches and gremlins, we are past that technology. Education, I'll start with the very basics. So education is a provincial matter here, unlike India. And if my memory is serving me correct, I think after the 42nd Amendment in the Indian Constitution, they moved education to the concurrent list, which means that both the union government and the state governments, they have the authority and the power to kind of make laws and legislation and regulate the education. But in Canada, it's strictly provincial and it differs from one province to other. I mean, overall, the fundamental system is more or less similar, but there are very minute differences and they differ from one province to other. We have 13 jurisdictions, so 10 of these are provinces which are akin to the states in India. So we call them provinces here. But we also have three centrally administered territories. They're like the union territories, but a bit different in the sense because they have tribal governments, the indigenous population, so they have bands and they govern, they take care of, the usual governance in those jurisdictions. Now,
Updates कहाँ से मिली थी? मेरे यहाँ पर पेन है
मेरे आई
अरे ओ जेल जेल
देख ले
कृष्णन यूएसए से शेरिल रूट
नहीं नहीं
मैं आ रहा हूँ धरी बाहर। हाँ ठीक है।
इसी में आ रहा है
गूगल पे ना,
एंड्रॉइड में ही आ जाएगा
देखो
गूगल में।
देखो आपको वही देगा। कॉलेज में कुछ और का दिया हुआ ना? नहीं। ये लो। आ गया काम वो एक्टिविटी फाइल वाला। फिजिक्स की क्या करना है उस एक्टिविटी फाइल में? जैसे उसके लिए थे प्रोजेक्ट था वो, तो ये एक्टिविटी फाइल सेफर साइड में बना लो। अभी तो ये भी नहीं पता ये सबमिट करनी है या नहीं। बाद में ही बनाना है, एक दिन पहले 20 पेज तो तू एक दिन में लिख लेगा। जब लिखनी है तो कभी भी लिख लो। जब मैम मंगाएगी तभी लिखूंगा मैं।
नहीं बेटा और भी बेटा मैं अभी तो 2-3 घंटे और है।
वैसे ज्यादा नहीं बचा क्योंकि वो फॉरेनर के शुरू हो गए हैं, बस खत्म होने वाला है।
कितने बजे तक? 9 बजे तक? 9 बजे तक
है
9 बजे तक खत्म
शायद हो जाएगा।
आज तो नहीं होती, आज तो नहीं गई।
आप मुझे क्यों बोली क्या हुआ, मैंने तो क्या किया?
खत्म है शायद. होने वाला है, क्वेश्चन आंसर चल रहा है। तेरे फ्रेंड्स करें साइन सब
ये 2020 में हुआ था पापा, 2020 में हुआ था
है
2020 में हुआ था ये,
हो चुका
हाँ, और 1.46 मिली सेकेंड्स कम था दिन।
मतलब पूरे साल
नहीं नहीं नहीं, कुछ
दिन
कुछ ही दिन था ये। 28 फास्टेस्ट डेज, 28 थे पापा, पापा पापा 28 डेज थे,
हैं
28 डेज थे।
कब से कब तक?
ये आइडिया नहीं, कुछ डिफरेंट डेज पे हुआ था।
कहाँ गई? बोलते बोलते गायब हो गई। नेट की बड़ी म्यूट हो जाती है।
कब होगा?